Hello. I have forgotten the way that I usually balance my webcam onto my laptop. So let's see if we can get it to turn on and go from there. Hello. Okay, that is way too low. It's like it's down. Why is it down? Hello. Okay, that's better. So, it is really hot. Thank you. It is very hot upstairs right now. I'm sweating. See if my makeup melts off by the end of stream or not. But anyways, I was cooking dinner and we use the oven, and every time we use the oven, all of the heat comes up into this room specifically. So here we are. Well, it was a Harley Quinn inspired makeup look. So oh my goodness. Also, my eyes are so watery. Video today. Ugh. My sinuses are like pressing on my eyeballs. And I'm hot. There's. But, anyways, it is Wednesday. I did. Claritin is a little less effective for me in the autumn than it is in the spring. What I need to do is I need to also hit some Flonase, but I haven't felt like dealing with something in my nose, so we suffer. But anyways, yeah. So we're gonna do dailies, and then we're gonna continue the Archon quest. And then depending on how long that takes will depend on if we take a peek at the event that's been going on. I haven't done the quest. I keep thinking like, oh yeah, I'll do the quest, and then I'm like, I'm tired. I'm not gonna do the quest. So I don't know. If we have time, then we'll do that after. If we don't have time, then we won't, and it's not that big of a deal. And I'll just have to. Yeah, I get what you mean. I can see it in my mind's eye. What's funny is I actually put on a white foundation here. Let me switch to our Genshin screen. That was 1989. I don't know. Because I can visualize exactly what you're talking about. That sounds like something that would have happened during the 1989 era. That sounds true. But hard to say. But anyways. Oh, we've got notifs. Oh no. But hello! 11 months! That's wild. Oh yeah, for the makeup look. So the makeup was the video. And I was using the new cosplay makeup stuff that I got. Like the eyeshadow, I actually used pink and blue foundation to do it because I don't have super pigmented pink eyeshadow, so I thought I would just do them both with foundation and have it look, uniform. Um, but oh my gosh, my brain is lagging so badly. Anyways, because Harley Quinn's makeup usually has her like looking paler than she is. Like obviously in older variations she's, got completely white face paint on and all of that. Oh my god, there's a fruit fly up here. I cannot wait until it freezes and all of the bugs are dead. Anyways, so I used pretty much, yeah. So I used I used the white foundation. That is what is on my face, and I just did it like really, really sheer. Except the thing is, I was expecting it to make me look a little paler. But instead, really sheer white foundation is just basically my shade. Which is just awful. I This is why whenever I would go to the office in school and I would be like, I don't feel well, the school nurse or whoever, it is a lot lighter than my normal foundation. Yes, it's just white. But like it's not as dramatic of a shift as like in my head I thought it would be. Which like I didn't want it to be too dramatic. That was the point of doing it incredibly sheer. But anyways. it wasn't a big shift. Okay. You don't have to make coffee for any of our guests today. So, this guy owns the cafe. And the last 2 times I got this commission, I don't think it was on stream. And basically we made coffee for customers to help him out. Today we don't have to make coffee. You've helped out a lot at the store, and your brewing skills have been getting better by the day. To be honest, I'd say you're qualified to be an official coffee maker. Are there unofficial coffee makers? I'm afraid we'll have to talk about the trouble that Mr. Macadel brought us. That fellow from the palace has absolutely no knowledge about coffee, but he certainly is a master of making something out of nothing. He's requested that all cafes implement a system that he designed and that we accept the Palace Memonia's supervision. To be more specific, the abilities of all employed coffee makers must be assessed and assigned a level from 1 to 5. The assessment not only includes a 27-page exam, but also a series of practical tests, ranging from basic to advanced. No one would ever work at Starbucks if they had to jump through that many hoops. Heavy dangly earrings are fun. Like, yeah, there's some of the ouchie, but also, like, vibe. You know? Once that process is complete, Mr. Macadel and his fellow make-work specialists will distribute level certificates to the coffee makers. Huh? Oh, yeah, no. This is a kombucha. his mango and passion fruit. Someone with a certificate is official, and the opposite is true of those without. And what's the purpose of said certificate? As far as I and the others in this line can see, not much. It will not make someone's brew tasty or terrible, nor will it affect the maker's ability to make coffee. What it does do, however, is allow Mr. Muckadell to set up a coffee management office under his personal banner again, no less, with a whole bunch of subordinates under him. Do I have to take the test? No. In truth, Mr. Muckadell's system was suspended not 5 months into its implementation. According to his so-called testing standards, only a handful of people in Fontaine would count as certified coffee makers. I mean, we all know this is a meaningless title, but customers don't. If they hear cafe employees are uncertified, or if they hear that a cafe employs an uncertified coffee maker, then they might also think that the cafe is an unlicensed establishment. The cafe owners who took losses as a result were very displeased. They banded together to send Mr. Muckadell's office advisory letters. I think it came up to 3 a week. After some earnest conversation, they came to an agreement and all parties were satisfied with. The assessment plan proposed by Mr. Muckadell would not change, nor would the coffee maker designations, but the exam and the standard answers would be sent to the various shop owners, with the practical operation assessment also being in their hands. After evaluating a coffee maker, the owners also must write an evaluative description and promissory letter before sending those two to the Palace Marmonia. Finally, the coffee management office will then send the certification to the coffee maker in question. More bureaucracy simulator. Muckadell has recently announced that the issuing of all physical certificates will be temporarily slowed due to the decrease in office spending. Certified coffee makers merely need to register with them in person. Holy long walk for a short drink of water. Those gentlemen at the Palace Marmonia specialize in exactly these things. But don't you worry, I know what to do with the paper exam. However, according to my own house rules, any official coffee maker must be able to create their own special blend of coffee before they can take up the title. Come, here are some ingredients that have never been used in brewing coffee. Marco, Rainbow Rose, and the Lumido Bell. Pick one. I'm gonna use the rose, because, I mean, I've had, like, lavender creamer in the, yeah. So, I mean, rose should be good. Okay. Very daring indeed. Good. I'll help you process the ingredients and then you can start. Woo. What stunning flavor and what a rich aroma. Let me have a taste. Perfection. The flavor is perfect. You're a natural. Yeah, I think you're exaggerating. Come now, it is precisely that unnecessary humility that has kept your talent buried. I'm sure of it. Oh my goodness, my shoulders just popped. But I hurt in my upper back. Okay. Congratulations. From now on, you're a proper coffee maker. Right. Please take this cup. House rules state that every proper coffee maker must have their very own coffee cup. This cup will remain in the store. Just use it whenever you stop by for a coffee. Once I'm ready, I'll talk to Mr. Macadella at the coffee management office to have you noted down as an official coffee maker. Let's hope he's amenable. Hey! Alright, what's next? Take it out tonight. Alright. Well, we'll do this commission, and then we'll do the... We'll check in on Berry Puff again. Here we go. Missed it. These damn fruit flies are getting on my absolute last nerve. Feels like no matter what I do, Berry Puff seems a bit uneasy. Maybe he's hungry. Yeah. Let's feed it. Well, if the previous iterations of this quest are anything to go on, I'm guessing that just feeding it isn't going to be enough. It keeps looking over in that direction. Oh, Berry Puff's friend hasn't shown up today. Putting on my compression gloves. Okay. Could it be trapped in the seagrass over there like last time? Alright, let's look. Okay. Hi, Toulouse. Why would there be this many clockwork mecha around here? Well, we technically already know the answer to that. You offer some food, and Berry Puff quickly swims out and unhesitatingly devours the treat. Yay. What? Oh, because they put the clockwork mecha in the water because they were like, here, these are gonna help dispose of trash. And then instead of doing that, they started attacking the wildlife. And they were like, hey, Fontaine Research Institute, could you do something about this? They're like, totally. And then they deactivated them, but they hadn't collected them yet. And then the Fontaine Research Institute got destroyed, as we've seen it. And, well, then the Clockwork Mecha reactivated. That was a different commission. It wasn't a commission that I got recently. With that environmental journalist. It was in a commission. I don't remember what specific one it was, but I'm pretty sure I did not do it on stream. Okay. Yeah, the fish fry lady.
Incinerate. Motion to compel.
There's a chance you haven't gotten that commission.
Incinerate.
Hold on. I need to heal at a statue real quick. Hi, Dakota. Hello, baby boy. I love you. Are you gonna eat? Okay. They're just hanging out. Alright. Anyways, this isn't that far from where we actually need to be, so I mean... Because when we find her, she's spreading fry for the fish. Ah. There's so many pine cones around here. Well, so many. There were 4. Wait, there might be more. Sorry. I have been distracted. Okay. Might be up there. Okay. Yeah, except for in Dragonspine. Then they are. But, like, yeah. Otherwise, pine cones are just fucking everywhere. I mean, we could blame the squirrels. Matsutake.
Grant us your blessing. Too easy. Motion to compel.
There have been peanuts in my backyard. Sorry, that just reminded me. But there's been peanuts showing up in my backyard, which means that either someone dropped some peanuts that the squirrels have gotten into.
Hear my prayer. Too easy. Incinerate.
But yeah, they've been showing up like in the middle of the lawn, or there's been a couple that have been dropped. Maybe. There is a walnut tree in one of our neighbors' yards. And for anyone who doesn't know this lore, the squirrels in this neighborhood used to take those walnuts. They would eat like the walnutty bit, and then they would just chuck the shells at us. Or they would just occasionally, a whole walnut, you know, would just be rained down from the trees because squirrels are little bastards. And Zoe, my dog, loves all animals. But squirrels, they made her not like them. Which is truly a feat. They also stole a whole Roma tomato off of my tomato plant a couple years ago. And it was trying so hard to shove it into its mouth. And Zoe was chasing it. Defending my garden. It was too late, but you know. It's the thought that counts.
Ad Astra Abyssal.
Why?
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's
Right?
mission.
Oh my gosh, the way that it was running along the fence and it kept stopping every couple of steps to try and shove the whole thing into its mouth, but it couldn't fit the entire thing into its cheeks. 'Cause it was a big tomato.
Ad Astra Abyssask.
I don't think I've gotten this month's free wishes. That just hit my brain. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. And if I was gonna do it, I think I would have done it on stream, probably. Here we go. Oops. Let's get our standard banner stuff in. We might get a 4-star at some point, or we might not. I don't remember when my last 4-star was. It's always a little surprise when doing single pulse. There we go. What do we got? Sacrificial. Nice. I'll take it. Okay. I'm going to make my futile little run through this domain, even though I know that nymph stream doesn't love me. It doesn't want child to be able to crit. Oh, Dakota has gone up. Hi. Why are you licking the record player? You gonna lay down up there? Oh, you're gonna clean your toes. Okay. Now you know that those decorations aren't toys, right? Dakota, I need you to hear me. I need you to stop ignoring me for a second. You know those decorations are not toys. Correct? Can you give me any sort of indication that you understand me? His tail is twitching. Yup. Damn fruit flies. They're bugging me so much. Oh, child, why are you half health? What was I doing with you last? Probably this domain.
There is no escape. Covenants of the deep.
Okay.
Allow me.
If my game could stop lagging all of a sudden, that'd be swell.
Seems like an emergency.
Now you shall perish. Shine down. Billowing surge. Yeah. Let's move up. Hold the line.
Mind the side effect. This
Illusion shattered.
Your attacks get interrupted so easily, Daishu.
Was seen.
You can run, but you can't hide. Ha. Yeah. 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 Amateur. Yeah.
Well, maybe don't get hit. I don't know what to tell you.
Torn to oblivion. Allow me.
Okay. The amount of times I've gotten a piece like this shit. This is offensive. This is mean. This is a targeted attack. This is a hate crime. Anyways, Furakashi's glow is giving me fine pieces.
Covenant of the deep. Ha! Yeah.
Taking a turn for the better.
Inazuma shines eternal. Billowing surge.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency. Riptide.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
You're mine.
Congratulations on killing somebody. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Of course, a decent attack goblet. Which I don't need necessarily, but I will switch to if it comes to it. Because what goblet do I currently? I know, yeah, it's on. I don't know. Let's get it to level 4 really quickly. If it gets a crit rate substat, then we'll go with it. And if it doesn't, then I'll leave it for somebody else. Flat def. Nope. Definitely not. Not when we have a pretty good goblet on right now.
Illusion shattered. Hold the line. Torrent, bring refuge. Allow me.
Mind the side effects.
Billowing surge. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
Taking a turn for the better.
You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, yeah. Za, yeah. Za, ha. Za, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Covenant of the Deep. A brush. Shine down. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered. Rest and rebuild. Yeah.
A bitter.
One day I'll figure out how to fight those guys, but it is not that day.
There is no escape.
How did that even hit me? I was so out of range by then. Here.
Riptide.
Child, let's give you easier enemies that you can fight. And then you can feel like you've helped. You know? You're not making other people work for your level up materials. You're a part of it. Getting your ass whooped. Good boy. Okay.
Seems like an emergency.
Illusion shattered. Insolent. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down.
Hello? There we go.
Bring refuge.
Only took 3 times hitting the burst key
A Brashman. Yeah.
before she had been hit.
Illusion shattered.
Mind the side effect.
Yeah. Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
Tidal wave. Yeah.
love that. That's so fun. I'm having such a good time right now. Everything about this domain is super awesome and great.
Billowing surge.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Hold the line.
Remember, health comes first.
Oh, it was another goblet, or not goblet, it was another Sans that was exactly all flat stats.
Illusion shattered. Torrent, bring refuge.
Mind the side effects. This is nothing.
You can run, but you can't hide. You're mine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Now you shall perish.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better.
Billowing surge.
Okay. That makes 3 Sans from Nymph's Dream. Or all of them. All of them looked like that. They all had a different main stat, but they all looked like that.
Respect must.
Farming Nymph's Dream is gonna be the death of me. Here, let's... Yeah. Alright. To the Archon quest. So we left off with Linny preparing, um, or saying that he was gonna go prepare Fremine for a diving mission. Okay, cool. That is good to know. Those out of my way so I can stretch out my legs. Well, nothing like getting impatient. And then almost getting crushed. Also, it is the ugh, the the heat has finally cleared from cooking, and now I'm cold. All right. Ugh.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half to death!
Did I say anything I shouldn't have?
No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and put down the Adeptus Temptation now! Paimon talked with Sijwin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Are you sure we're not going off track with the infirmary?
No, we saw something weird there. Are we really off track, though? There's still a few weird things about the place. The movable hatch on the ground, as well as the questions Sijwin asked Levine. And also, were they really talking about their meds before we walked in? Oh, and Levine and Jerio's argument genuine, or were they just putting on a show? Paimon, hear me out.
Whoa, you really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on. We've got to get the info to Linny.
Alright. You manage to pass the slip to a busy Lynette as she happens to pass by. And finally, the 9th day arrives.
Today's the day. Let's go meet up with Linny.
Woo!
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
And an ad hits. I'm glad that they didn't make us play through each individual day. On the one hand, I didn't think they would, but on the other hand, I was a little worried about it, so I'm glad that we get to just continue forward. Sorry about that. Yeah. Shall wait. Dakota is so cute. He kind of hangs off the bookcase because he's so much bigger than like Toulouse or Marie, who also sleep up there. Have I opened up a welfare meal yet? I have not. Okay. We are back. Alright.
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago, and as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after faking an illness.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using the same faces over and over and reduce the amount of suspicion that will fall on any given person. Lynette also felt
makes
like you have
sense.
already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Yeah. I'm not opposed to helping you.
Perhaps that's true. You are both very good people, and we've come to appreciate that more than anyone else. Unfortunately, there's still one thing that could get between us, lest you've forgotten. The matter of our respective loyalties. You've mentioned before that you've had some run-ins with the Fatui. I can understand that feeling, so I assume you're just helping us out of the kindness of your hearts?
Well, everyone could use some more friends. We'll be counting on you to help us in the
I mean,
future.
technically we're helping you because we're friends with Child. Which should really tell you that our
Since we
loyalties
see
are,
as
you
friends,
know.
Then it's even more important for us to protect you from any peril. Fremine and Lynette feel the same way.
Alright.
Glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation right about now.
Woo.
Is now really a good time to go over?
According to my observations, Sijuin always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her.
Oh yeah, we heard about that too.
Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over right away.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange. Lynette?
As expected, Sijwin isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
Could she have found a lead and left to follow it?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me know.
Well, then we should probably look around to see if she found a way to let you know.
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for her. Who knows? Maybe she'll be back soon.
Okay. None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in. Except that one over there.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to be sick.
Mm-hmm. She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask her to lie down and rest, while she left to retrieve the medication.
But this bed is still unmade.
Which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this way.
Oh no. That's not a good sign.
There are some books here and a few files. They all look like medical records. Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your patients, a quick guide to the psychology of emotions, and the meaning of laughter. These sure are some interesting books. Who knew Sijwin would be interested in these kinds of things?
Well, some of them are
She
medical.
even has books on understanding people's motivations and feelings. Is it because she's a Melusine? Or does she have a need to understand her patient's emotional state?
Probably a combination.
Seems quite normal to me. These are skills that would come in handy for a nurse from time to time.
Alright. Final thing.
Ah, this is it! We saw it before!
Wait, this
Who's we, Paimon?
doesn't look like it's been disguised that well. The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. There's probably a mechanism around here somewhere. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have contacted me for sure. Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just take another look.
The look on Lenny's face. He's definitely beginning to panic. Don't panic. He probably said that for himself more than anyone else.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here!
A slip of paper.
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me giving you my best regards.
This is...
Is that all?
Is there anything on the back?
The back. This is...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Paimon's reading it now. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have... Is she already...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as bait?
Probably.
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time, and he also never reached out to us since.
Yep. Literally. Like, yeah, gee, I can fucking imagine why he's having a panic attack right now. Why would he choose to act during our second infiltration attempt instead of our first?
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very beginning. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulette, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though.
Why did he only go after Lynette?
I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic. Just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not like what happened last time. The situation's different now. Wait, you're right. Wait, but that means... The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds, could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
Ah. He deliberately made them both disappear.
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down.
Calm it down, because you know how helpful that is.
Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our fault.
No. I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I was the one who failed to protect them. I'll go talk to Wriothesley.
Hey, don't be reckless. Traveler, please talk some sense into him.
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back.
He's rushed out the door. After him.
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time. Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking. Someone! Please help! She's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already found this place. Oh, they are quite sharp. What a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being trusted. Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Wait! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Risley's office.
Not even remotely surprised that she knew what was going on. I mean, I think it was supposed to be implied by the way that she was investigating it, but like just the way that she was like, are you sure? I don't know. Anyways. Into the office.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fortress's indoor management regulations?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work wonders against such an illness.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water, only to emerge the next second from another place altogether. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his hands, and he's even in the mood for small talk. That means Lynette is probably still alive. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette.
I don't think that was the end goal, babe.
As for Fremine, no, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go, so you could purge the Fatui members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not. What do you really want?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating with me.
Where are they?
Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor has he been taken into any kind of custody. So, where do you think he may be right now?
Wait, you can't mean... You locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Fremene's a star diver, so he should be fine, right?
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity. Well, you got your wish.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremene is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
Linny!
Why do you have to do this?
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no reason to want to talk. Mr. Fremene left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5,
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Linney.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Can we really not talk about this some more?
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Linny, can you at least talk to us?
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws.
He and Yelan have the same coat physics. I want to save Fremine and Lynette too.
Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found, I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
Oh my gosh. I can't believe he's asking about the hidden rules. If I recall correctly, if you keep working without any rest, during lunch hour on the 3rd day, you will find a portion of strange meat in your welfare meal. It's a good thing we've already run a thorough investigation on this. Let's see if I can remember all the clues. I should be able to find an answer if I piece everything together. Oh man. I really have to pee. So, before I can focus on this, I'll be right back. Alright. Okay. Yeah. So, who will see it if you keep working continuously?
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch.
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. Seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just by looking at them. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company... We often see Miss Sijuin...
Okay. Under what circumstances does the strange meat appear?
I've been told that the infirmary is... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't... We often see Miss Sijuin observing the... Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new... The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well.
These are all the same sets of clues.
Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone.
Yeah, I'm like, none of these technically answer. Unless, I mean...
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the... The Fonta promoter has been...
I don't know. Yeah, obviously, because...
I've been told that the infirmary... Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an According to Collins, the Pancration tournament... The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. Because of that, the Melusines have also developed a sense of aesthetics that appear rather strange and alien to humans.
Yeah. I'm like, these questions are not... But also, yeah. I'm...
Fonta's internal reports suggest that... According to Collins, the Fonta's internal reports suggest... According to Collins...
Right, yeah.
I've been told that the infirmary... The research note said that the Melusine... According to Collins, I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half... The research note said that the...
I don't know.
I've been told that the I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. According to Collins, the Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't The research note said that the Melusine race... The Fonta promoter has been struggling... I've been told
Thanks. These...
The research note said that the Melusine...
This doesn't actually really answer those questions. I mean, like, kind of maybe, but not really.
So that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed?
Cool, Paimon, can you explain it to me?
The hidden rule of the production zone. People
Oh my
are not
god.
supposed
She
to work
brought
3
the
days in a
glasses
row.
into
If
prison.
they do, they'll get strange meat in
Into
the
prison!
At first we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared. But in reality, they were all prepared by Sijween, the head nurse. She often visits the
Yeah.
production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijween visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijween has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. However,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijween's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight. Why is that?
'Cause it's stupid. The hidden rules of the Pancration Ring. I remember, if someone tries to support both boxers, they'll receive a package the next morning which contains a strange, blood-colored liquid. We've also done a lot of research on this matter. Let me sift through what I found and come up with the correct answer.
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fanta's own employees have a lot of reservations about it. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of coupons would spend them on Fanta.
See, I wasn't even reading the questions that time. I'm just like, I just know what that was. I just knew the weird blood was Fanta.
Paimon gets this rule too now, so there really was nothing to be afraid of. That hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do, they'll receive a package containing a strange, blood-colored liquid. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fanta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff were questioning the company's decision-making.
Yeah.
The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta product here. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match were selected to receive the drinks.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light.
What can I say? We were really
Based
committed
on
to
your
fucking
description,
around and
that
finding
Fanta
out.
promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
We haven't collected enough info yet to answer that question.
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley!
You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even crossed your mind.
Linny!
You'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Siegeween. That was a fantastic shot.
It was nothing, Your Grace. Siegeween? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Siegeween... You...
Are you gasping about the fact that that she's an accomplice? I'm confused. Are we supposed to be surprised by that?
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervillette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. I am merely discharging my duties. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us?
I'm right. Like I thought we were past this, guys. I don't know. Also, like, I don't know, she might have tranked him. I don't think she killed him. He's still breathing. He's fine. He'll be dandy. It's alright. I'm not worried about it.
I'm just doing what Monsieur Nervillette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire straits right now. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace? Mind proving my innocence to them?
My dear Siegeween, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try to talk some sense into you. What are you talking about? What time?
Take me if you want. But let them go.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Siegeween, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you doing?
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarand. My door.
Fremine... Fremine...
What's going on? What is Clarand doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry
I love
about
her.
sharing this with you. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off
Yeah,
soon.
like I thought.
Take it
She
easy in the
tranked him.
meantime, though.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like this?
These symptoms. It can't be...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What did you say?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clarand while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
Yeah. His adrenaline is counteracting it or something. Linny's expression looks disgusted. It seems like he'd rather not have Siegeween touch Fremine. Still, he didn't stop her, since it's obvious that Fremine does require urgent medical care. Zishwin's examining Fremine carefully. She doesn't look too upset, which is a good sign. I hope Fremine will be okay.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, his condition is not critical. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. But let's leave him here for now, and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered a bit more. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single clinic in the fortress, however.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress? How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh, I'll bring Miss Lynette back with me.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but His Grace and I actually made some snacks and tea for her.
Lenny has finally begun to stop tensing the muscles in his face. It seems he trusts what Sichuan said. Ah, kiddo.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
You kicked down his door, Clarence!
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sijuin may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time, well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Dude, you need to lay down.
You sure?
You've been
Look
tranked.
all right.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably just the residual effects of the tranquilizer.
As soon as the adrenaline wears off, he's
Good
gonna
night, everyone.
freaking crash.
Linny! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're here too. Fremine? Is he... He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
Lenny and Annette immediately come to lift him up.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette, together?
On it. Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us?
I mean, since you're offering, yeah.
The Duke and Clarande are gone.
They left a while ago.
They probably went to get some tea. Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Cloran will need a break, since she only just returned from rescuing Fremine out of the sea.
Clorin saved Fremine from the sea. Just what happened out there? I'm guessing it's related to the prophecy. But, you know, it's just an idea. Yeah, someone just tripped and spilled a bunch of absinthe into the sea. No biggie. I just said absinthe instead of synth. I'm yeah. Like I'm sure that the name synth is supposed to like bring absinthe to mind. But you know, that's not what it is. Back to the infirmary. Sorry. Absinthe is French. Then, yeah. Hi, Toulouse. Ah.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Lynette.
We're all here.
Where am I?
The infirmary?
At the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremine, and you are no longer in any danger. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler. Paimon. It's been so long. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Yeah, we got there. Don't collapse, babe.
It's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it.
What happened after you snuck into the pipes?
Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now.
Are we about to walk through this memory?
I'm in. Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time. It looks abandoned. Where could Master Child be?
I knew it as soon as I heard that little domain door sound. Sorry, kiddo. I'll do my best not to kill you.
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well. vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. I should be going in the right direction. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it.
There is an ad happening, but we have to return before our health dissipates.
I can't die here.
Anyways. Love a tense moment. Ad break. Dakota is still conked out up there. I'm glad he's comfy, but but I don't know how he's comfy with his like whole butt hanging off the side of it. Cats will sleep in the strangest places. Alright, anyways. Fremine, trying not to die.
This is bad. I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'm still underwater. I have to push on.
Right, yeah. You know, when I first started playing, instead of using like dishes because they would get full from those, I would just give them like 80 apples to heal them all the rest of the way up, because you can just keep adding apples instead of having to feed them one at a time. And well,
So, in other words, the trail you
just
were
stuff
following
them before they
vanished,
can tell you
and
you're
had
full,
no
and then
idea
they'll be
where
fully
Master
healed,
Child
and
could
it's
have
all
gone.
good.
But there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
I don't know if that's still an option, but at least it was when I was
That's
first
right.
starting to play.
I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and you know the rest.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak, Fremine. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
guest. Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come down here?
Uh-huh.
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
Alright, I'll go talk to him.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Liddy?
I think
No,
he should lay
please
down.
go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you.
Back to the office. I did not mean. And there we go. Did not mean to jump off the side.
The doctor will see you now.
Oh. We do not have a lot of health right now. Hold on. Sorry, I just remembered. Right. Like, well, that's the end of the game. Bye, everybody. Here. You need more health, Lumine. This, obviously, she would have died either way, but, like... I just realized that I haven't leveled her artifacts up in a while. Okay, we're over 16k now. That would be my baseline. So...
Mind the side effect.
At least it put us on the right floor. She was at like 14k. And before I had switched her to Hydro artifacts instead of Dendro, she was at like 20k. So her Hydro artifacts need some work. Not my Yenfei.
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Yes.
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Seedwing?
wanted to check up on Miss Cloran. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
I dropped a rock.
Of course.
It's fine.
But I'm not partial to the word
was
choice of explain.
Playing with it in my hand.
How about
And then it fell.
enlighten?
Then enlighten us as much as you'd like.
Where should I begin? How about you start?
I don't
by
want to
asking
bend
me
down
any
to pick it
questions
up,
you have.
though.
You can start with whichever one you'd
My
like to get
back
answered the
hurts
most.
too much to bend down.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals.
Why didn't you stop them?
Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place, he did on his own. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went, so I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
Makes
So
sense.
you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your work for you.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremine has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true that you're also a former criminal?
Probably.
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
Makes
And
sense.
saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already.
So the Forbidden Zone really exists. What's inside of it?
That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts.
Yeah, but I'm
All I need
nosy.
to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that badly?
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
We're nosy.
Truth may not be pleasant.
Yes.
Follow me.
Listen. In for a penny, out for... I don't know what the rest of that is supposed to be. Is it out for a dime? Out for a dollar? I don't know. We're in is the point.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is.
We are in, and we are in for a penny, in for a pound. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, why do no American currencies sound right? That's why.
Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa!
Yes.
So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special.
And that is...
What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Probably.
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
Most likely.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
What's that in the middle of the room? Other than a really big gear.
Go on, have a look.
This room is really empty with nothing in here, which is quite strange on its own. There's also a device smack dab in the middle of the room, which looks like some kind of massive sluice gate.
I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking?
I mean, my guess is the primordial seawater. But that's not an option.
Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the
Inflation.
pressure outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration of primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising.
Primordial seawater is continually leaking into the sea.
Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Neuvillette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh. Oh!
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all.
And if the primordial sea is leaking through, if this gate falls, all of Fontaine will fall with it.
Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the Primordial Sea? Who built this place anyway?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them, and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. That's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea.
Do you believe in prophecies?
To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third.
So, as the Duke of Meripede, what do you plan to do about it?
Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you something. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone. Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What?
After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any of this?
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
Yeah, I'm a star from the
The
sky.
results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
We've been busy
All right,
fucking
then.
around and
Your
finding
guys'
out.
insist.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Harmless.
Well, how about some reintroductions?
You should trust us because of
This
how
is
much
Jerry,
harm we
one of the
can
highest-ranked
cause,
researchers for
if
the Fontaine
necessary.
Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin.
Have we? Have we heard of Edwin?
He's the one who blew the whole institute sky high. Everyone knew he was a bit
Right.
crooked in the head, but you're not a
I
local,
needed-
so I guess it's possible for you not to have heard of him.
No, okay, yeah,
Edwin's
that
main
rings
areas
a
of
bell.
research
Thank
were
you.
Archeum and gravimeters. As his assistant,
I don't know the
was quite
specifics,
familiar
but
with them as well.
I don't remember the specifics, I should say. I don't know if I, like...
You want to blow up the fortress of Meripede?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Hey, John, welcome on
I
in.
admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus.
Us below this sucker.
That
Let's
taskmaster
not,
over
though.
there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
I'm alright. I'm tired. The usual. How are you doing? Is that really necessary?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Are you sure? Last I heard, she completely decked you.
There's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really
Right.
thinks everything's super cool.
Hi, Dakota. Are you awake? You're not gonna play with those, are you? You're gonna listen to me? Oh, that's a big yawns. Yeah. Little boy, why don't you come here? Why don't you come here? Come here. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Come here. Let me pick you up. Hi. Look at this sleepy baby. Did you have a good nap up there? Yeah. Yeah. Do you like sleeping in the places where Toulouse sleeps? Yeah. Yeah. His purrs are so quiet, but they like vibrate so hard. I don't know how he's so quiet with them. You don't need to go see Marie, though. Let her have her hello with Oliver. Alright. Is this just a normal room?
Let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
This is...
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontanian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. Certainly can't hurt to give it a try. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster.
Can't you share your plan with everyone?
Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe.
Yeah.
As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take you back.
Boat! Right, yeah. Do you have any questions? No? Cool.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
Well, yeah. He means that my actions will decide the next steps Lenny's group takes. In other words, if I want to tell Lenny the truth, I must make him understand that we cannot afford excess conflict right now.
For sure.
Yeah.
Great.
We're gonna tell them.
What happens next?
Just a guess.
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves to the water and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Sejuin.
Yeah, I heard 1 male voice and 1 female, so it should have been the 2 of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
That's so autistic coded.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
We learned everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations?
You sound more like your old self. You feeling better now?
Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Nobody
Good.
else is around, and Miss Sijwin is also busy with something or other. So let's just talk here.
Alright, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is, the long-lost primordial sea is probably
Right.
very close to the fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, he's good. He got that right on the first try.
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him. What's more, the Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. Risley is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the 2 factions are pitted against each other, Risley will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the secret of the infirmary, but I just can't think of what it could be.
Lenny's grasp of the big picture is amazing.
You're super smart.
Thanks so much. Then finally, there's the last question. If Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be. But let me guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
The sea will engulf everyone. Just like the prophecy said.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could Risley have known that?
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could be why he said he just wanted to negotiate.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The 2 of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the 3 of us basically see you as family now.
We keep getting adopted into the
Thank you
family
for protecting Lenny
of
when
the
it
Tui
really
branches.
and thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us. We didn't think you were going to do it.
I mean, I say we keep.
Why are you
This is
being
the
so
second
formal
time
all
we've
of a
made
sudden?
friends with Fatui members. It's not really a pattern. It's just funny. We can work together again if necessary.
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger, we will try our best to protect you.
Thanks.
Aw, the sound of that makes Paimon feel all warm and safe inside.
And hungry.
Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll we'll catch you guys another time.
I feel like I should try to become someone more capable of helping.
You're incredibly helpful. Lenny thinks so too.
Yeah, you two are always telling me not to push myself, but aren't you just like that as well?
I feel like the Knave and Alice would get along like a house on fire. This time we won't die.
It's time for dinner. Welfare meals now being served.
Yeah.
Cafeteria.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon, over here. Are you here for dinner too, Miss Sijwin? And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well. Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress cafeteria. What would you like to eat?
Huh? We can choose?
Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Woolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
And I'll get the tastiest stuff you have to offer.
Me too! Don't forget Paimon! No problem. Just leave it to me. So delicious.
Free dinners are the best.
Is this how it feels to be freeloaders? Wait a second, we did do plenty of work after all.
Yeah, we did earn this, technically.
How's the food? Delicious.
Exquisite, thank you.
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling quite relaxed at the moment. Sijwin, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose.
I don't see why those would be
And I know
mutually
which means I'm
exclusive.
very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you. You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk to me like an older sister. Really? You're reminded of an older sister? That's great to hear. Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you were protecting Linny and his siblings as well? Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried after hearing that something was wrong with the water. Thankfully, Cloran is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Cloran left, to make sure that Linny wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Cloran had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linny as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger. You were all super considerate and really thought everything through. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often too. I feel like he'd like it here, with all the darkness and chaos.
That doesn't make sense at all. It's hard to imagine Nervala outside of his
You
office.
both worked very hard.
I mean... Alright. Lead me to the correct elevator, please.
So much has happened. Harmon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. I'm super sleepy. Are you sleepy too?
I'm getting there. Wow, she really immediately fell asleep.
Delicious. Harmon wants seconds for free.
Good night. Yeah.
Get out of my way! What happened? Why is everyone running? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling? Harmon still wants to sleep.
What's that sound? Paimon, wake up. We need to go see what's going on.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people? They won't even talk to us.
They're here! Yeah, there you are! Oh, thank goodness!
It pays to have friends.
Maroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here. Lafaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed, yet you only find out once you do a head count that one or
That's
two
really
people are missing.
nice.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it suddenly my idea?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us.
That's really nice. that they came back first. They could have left us to drown. And they came back. I appreciate these guys. Alright. You said His Grace said to evacuate outwards?
Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outwards.
That means whatever happened must have happened down below. Isn't that gate at the very bottom?
Can't be that thing.
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
We have to go find the Duke. You two just go and get out. Go on without us.
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention. Please evacuate upwards and outwards. Upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer,
To the Forbidden Zone.
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run.
You gonna freeze it? Is that your plan? Yes, it is! If there's one thing cryovision holders have, it's the audacity.
3, 2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
When I look at them together, I just think gay lesbian solidarity. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, they get brunch together when they have time.
Neuvillette, why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina, and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her.
You can explain the rest later.
Will do. You have my sincerest gratitude.
You need to get down there, though. Do you already know that? I think you might already know that. Alright, anyways.
Look, there are a ton of Fatilian Palais Mermonia people over there. The knave is probably here already. We need to hurry.
Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Neuvillette has left instructions. Please follow me. Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence. But it would be most appreciated if you could protect Lady Farina to the best of your abilities.
Sure, we've fought a few harbingers.
So you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
Technically, there's only 9 right now, but you know. So this is the Knave, the head of the House of the Hearth, and the Linny siblings' father. She certainly does not seem to easy to deal with. Pleased to meet you.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Well, not dead, but Signora is dead, and Scaramouche erased himself from existing. So that leaves 9. I mean, unless the system replaced Scara with some other guy. I don't know. But otherwise, there's just 9. It was without Scara? Nope. 11 is with Scara.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
She seems friendly enough, but that can't be all there is to her. The Knave is a force to be reckoned with. I should be very cautioned
what do you
around
think
her.
of this cake?
It's good.
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I.
Wait, Child should have had no reason to have said something like that.
I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
I have faith in his abilities.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
Farina looks quite nervous. There must be some kind of bad blood between her and the Knave.
So you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Nuvillette right in front of you.
Yeah.
Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur Nuvillette.
It's always funny to watch Child get his ass whooped. I managed to find a few leads on his whereabouts.
Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has passed since Child disappeared.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still alive.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirapede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
Oh no, Paimon's statement just left us wide open.
The Fortress of Mirapede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely?
No. But, He is attuned to Hydro, probably, even without his vision still, maybe. Plus, I mean, are we really sure how much of Child is alive after he fell into the abyss at 14? Like, if you really think about it, you know what I mean? Also, an ad break just hit. I'm like, I don't know. I'm certainly, yeah. Yep. Farina is so nervous. Has anyone informed her recently that she's God? Just wondering. I'm also thinking about why Child might have. Interesting. I mean, she definitely needs therapy. She's got some problems. We do not. But there was no evidence that he's been injured or killed.
That is good news, at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the Opera House. Is it something like that?
She's turning up the pressure. I'm not sure if I'll be able to convince her, but I can at least try to distract her from Farina. That sounds good to me, yes. Nah, that's not exactly how he writes to her, I don't think.
All letters
Why
tend
do
to
I...
follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded. Huh?
Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
Yes.
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Something like that.
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day. This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe.
He's so hot right now.
This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
Nice.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
Hi, Dakota.
I win this bet.
Do you want backup?
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Smoothly is certainly a word that one might use to describe it. Oh, Bub. Not on the keyboard, please.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it
He is
been
so
proven
cute.
true.
And he's bonking my hands
Here
in
you
demands
are,
of pets.
relaxing, drinking tea and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging.
Stop stepping on the keyboard.
Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Heart have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you, it beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Fosalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd
conjectures. I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right
You got
now.
gunk in your eye.
Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high.
Farina's not acting like her usual self. She's actually seriously
Then I
refuting the
ask you,
knave's
Miss Farina,
accusations.
just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing to help?
So that was a lie? Or can she really not tell us? She was so full of conviction and confidence just now.
Machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Farina. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly
Had to pull my mouse out from
Oh,
around him.
Hydro
Because he's not going anywhere.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone.
These aren't topics I can speak about. I don't even know what Neuvillette task was. If I had to guess, he probably went down to deal with the surging primordial sea, but can he really deal with it by himself? And is Farina being truthful or not?
Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? Those who work hard deserve gratitude and praise. You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer.
What's wrong with the cake?
Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was great.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we must thank the knave for bringing these over as well.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table.
and I was merely catering to Miss Verina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of, so I must take my leave now.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before I must be on my way.
Of course.
Paimon's coming too!
Dakota, I can't interact with my keyboard because you're laying on it. And so it's not processing any other buttons being pressed.
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? If there's nothing urgent, then I shall be retiring for now.
Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. I got him off of it just enough. He's like, hey, what's that hand doing over there? My hand being over on this desk area. Baby boy, I'm doing stuff. And now he's eating.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
So you're not trying to find out our super secret best friend handshake? So what do you want to say?
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude.
Listen. We're not above working with the Fatui sometimes. Was there nothing else you wanted to say?
That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them, especially Linny.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of Farina? You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that She often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy, it's actually making me a bit suspicious. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed.
Yeah!
It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please don't kill me! I'm begging you, please!
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Fosalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this incident to anyone. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Wriothesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of Farina and Iudex Neuvillette. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering.
Interesting. So the theory comes directly from in-game.
You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close
So it
to
holds
me, so they wouldn't have hidden
water,
anything from you.
not to be too referential to Fontaine.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, Even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever happened.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of
I mean,
Fontaine
it
is
could
even
be
more
the game trying to
inscrutable than I had
misguide
imagined.
us, but it
I
also
once
could, you know.
surmised that Udex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon. But now, that doesn't seem right to me either.
Yeah, I would also agree on that one. How did you come to that conclusion?
I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Udex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save themselves. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
Nevertheless?
He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina.
May we ask what happened down there?
To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate.
Yeah. That definitely also makes sense. As for what happened on our side, so much.
So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives.
Can I ask you some questions?
Permission granted.
You have enough power to force back the primordial sea. Do you have a deeper connection with the Hydro Archon?
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics.
What did you sense in the fortress of Meripede?
I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
The clear sky is suddenly filled with dark clouds. And just moments before, Neuvillette mentioned his sense of grief. See, this is the shit the weather controlling emotions that I mentioned beforehand. Thinking back to that legend, what Fremine said, it's a dragon of water that once resided in Fontaine. Every time it weeps, the skies will cloud out and pour out rain. Never let.
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
That he's the sovereign of Hydro.
The dragon of... what? Huh?
Paimon's like, what?
Be so surprised.
I knew it!
Farina?
Neverlet, are you listening?
Ah, my apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right? Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course.
Right.
Definitely help you keep
What can I say? I'm just like really attuned to elemental dragons who are.
Go ahead.
Well, if you were
Yeah.
the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crisis?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
The
There are
Gnosis.
7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh.
That would be Oliver.
Solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions
Yep.
regarding ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later time.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? Paimon is a little worried.
Sure. See you later, Neverlet.
We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Oliver, can you please take that somewhere else? I don't think that's the teleport I wanted. Alright, yeah. Maybe it was fine. Okay. Did not mean to go into the water. Hello? Let me be free! Where the hell are they? There we go. Oh, you can teleport to the office. Okay. I'm so confused.
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
Huh? No, not at all.
Ah, and here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
No, we left. And then we came back.
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Whoops.
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Do you think they made it out alive? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
There's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals, is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
These two, they sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
They're just little guys. I'm sure the welfare meals must have just skyrocketed in quality.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Traveler, Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing alright? Did either of you get hurt?
Don't worry, we're both doing great.
We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge mess. How bad was it? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulette paid us a visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervulette know that he was needed here? Well, Monsieur Nervulette has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level rises, he can feel the waves produced. I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. I'm so relieved to see that you're both alright. If you're not too pressed for time, please stay with us a few more days. Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary for a break at any time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
She's so cute. Why does the map not want to switch between levels? Autism. Yeah. Yeah. That is interesting that they did not implement it into the chasm. Now that's his down. I've been able to manage until, like, right now. Okay, this is going up. Still pointing upwards. Well, I've walked a complete circle. Yeah, okay, here we go. Hey guys, we saw your dad. She's really scary.
A bare-teeth cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from an A.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clarant in person.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all. She also
Sounds about
told me
right.
not to worry about it.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we met the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She told us lots of things.
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
We basically can't say for sure whether or not we just made friends with another harbinger or not. You know, that could have been a friendly exchange, or it could have been a thinly veiled threat. Hard to say.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic.
They're like, oh my gosh, Dad likes you. Like,
her
really?
own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
Mm-hmm. Father is very capable and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us. We should start preparing that tea party.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'm all for it.
I'll help you set it up.
Fremene's a lot less shy now that he's a little more comfortable. Okay, now is there something in the office? Honestly, you shouldn't put a thing to it unless I'm actually able to go in and continue the quest. Hey guys!
Courier, Miss Sijween told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? What's you two?
Courier, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
We're alright, thanks.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all! Courier, the rumors about us are literally everywhere now. Please do something about it.
But it's not like I caused them by myself. Alright, alright. I'll try to do something about it when I can find the time.
Honestly.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that would not work.
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sijween's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Of course he did.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sijween.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sijween worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty.
Imagine worrying about the health
for the ladies. Oh, and
of one of the 7 sovereigns.
Are these from Sijuin too?
I mean, granted, we've been there, we've done that with a pep. Not that we know that a pep. Like, I don't think she was explicitly called the Dendro Sovereign, but I think that it was implied that as she's the Dendro Dragon, she's the Dendro Sovereign.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
His food still covered?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Alright. We still have no idea where Child is, though. Okay.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
Okay, I couldn't remember if that was officially confirmed or not. I felt like it was at least strongly implied, if not confirmed. It feels like a huge weight is off our shoulders.
Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad.
That's what the wiki says,
so
always.
I'm not
All
sure
right.
why we put so much pressure on ourselves.
Paimon, is there something you'd like to say?
Huh? How did you know?
Because you usually just immediately fall asleep.
Hey, that's not true. All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool?
It's pretty cool.
You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here?
Being a guide counts.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will have to be an adventurer from today forward.
Does that mean we get to do twice the commissions?
Paimon kitty. Oh, Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside ourselves. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right?
We'll be fine, so don't worry.
Alright then. Good night to you, traveler.
Good night to you too, Paimon. I knew this was about to happen. I could feel it in my bones. Oh, Ajax. What have you gotten yourself into? Somehow I knew exactly how that was going to end. With the exact visual it might end on. I could just feel it. I could feel it. I could sense it. Within my body. I am so attuned to what's going on in Fontaine. It did, yes. I do remember that. So, almost right on the 4-hour mark. Look at us go. I'm so excited. I want more story. It's okay, we have Neverlette's story quest that we'll do on Monday for the next time we stream Genshin, but I'm tired. I'm gonna start getting ready for bed. Take care of yourselves. Drink some water and all of that. And I'm gonna be thinking about that. I wanna sleep, but at the same time my brain is gonna be like, he is the Hydro Sovereign, I was right about everything. What else could I be right about? What else could I be right about? And so, you know, my brain is gonna be going a little crazy. But, you know, that's okay. I'll probably wear myself out, so. Good night.